Greetings, technology enthusiasts. I am Chandrahas and I am delighted to be here with you representing CyberBrainer. Do you not believe that the technology sector is advancing at an unprecedented rate, making this an opportune moment to acquire the skills that will facilitate your progress? With CyberBrainer, we are empowering you to take control of your own future. At CyberBrainer, we do not merely impart your interests. We assert that information is power, yet it is the application of knowledge that distinguishes you. Our courses are meant to equip you with essential skills, whether you are pursuing data science, understanding artificial intelligence, or delving into cybersecurity. Let us commence the session and seize the future today. Thank you.
Now, today, we will see how to default the values when you are prompting a report. When you configure a prompt, how do you default values? Let's say if you are prompting as employee type. A contractor or employee should be defaultly prompted, and when report is getting run by default, it will take those values and run it. That's kind of a default option. We will see how to manage a huge amount of data or a number of filters by adding to it. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Let's say you are prompting a report and you are asking for a number of filters. Now I have this. I wanted to go with prompts with country, with gender, with worker type, with employee type. I want to go with multiple prompts by defaulting the values. I wanted to give a prompt but should not restrict to enter the prompt value and return blank. It should ignore if the value is blank. It should ignore and run it. Run it because I wanted to have default values to be prompted, and I'm going to prompt. And also, since this report is not a web service enabled report, I should be able to directly take a prompt and run it without going to prompt. Since I wanted to have the value to be defaulted, I actually came to the prompt. First, that's kind of activity. You need to come to the prompt. We cannot do that in a filter. And we would have added in multiple filters and enabled them to be populated as a prompt. If you just click on this and leave, all those values will be added here. All those values will be added here. Somehow the blank has got generated. I've removed the blank. I will have worker type to be populated first. Worker types gives you employee or contractor. Employee type gives you whether it is a full-time, part-time, regular employee or fixed-term employee. What kind of things? I want only regular employee. I don't have any contractors. I'll just give that. Worker type. I wanted to have only employee. Again, I need all the genders. Location. And give on the top. I made all these values as default prompts. Whenever I run the report, these values will be defaulted and your report will run based on this defaulted prompts. But still, if you wanted to add a few more details, even during runtime of the report, you can add them. Those values have defaulted. Still, you have an option to select whichever value that you wanted to have. Like this, You can make the values defaulted with the prompts. Now what if I make a report as a web service enabled report? What will happen? If you make your report as advanced now, nothing will happen because you already added as a prompt. Advanced requires prompts to be added. When you are making your report as advanced, web service enabled report. When you make your filter as a default prompt, as a default prompt, prompt should be added as a mandate. This prompt should be added as a mandate when report is a web service enabled report. If it is not a web service enabled report, even if you add your filter as a default prompt, and if you have not added in prompt, your report will be able to accept. But since your report is now as a web service enabled report, we already added the values in a prompt. There shouldn't be any error now. System should throw. System should take you further. Because you already added prompt values and you should be able to take it from. That is about prompt and also the filter criteria. We will look at how you give here. Now it is taking employee type and worker type and location and gender. If you wanted to go with. Let's make this. You have to prompt it. As give it from values. Now we need to give. You need to have your power value as a mandate or else your report will run blank. Now know the difference. I was given all and see it and all the values here. Take out an employee. Perfect. Click on this return or it should return blank. It will return blank because they've made a prompt that asked the user. Yes, that should actually give the values. If it is not, it will return blank. Comes with the prompt option that you have selected, right? You have selected prompt value. You have not made. Ignore the value. If it is blank, such kind of option that you have made, you have not made. You have made, just select the prompt. That's it. Select the prompt for the user. Without this value, a report will return blank. Now we have around 4 values here. 4 values we have. And even if you won't give any one value, you will not get the report output. Let's say You need to have every value to run this because you have given an operator. Because of an operator, everyone has to come here. If I click, it will run. It will give me the data. Because all the values are there here, but if I actually take out at least one, my report will return blank. Now, in order to avoid these kind of things, I was saying right, and our operator makes a lot of difference. Now, if I go to the filter, make it R. Because you made R as our operator and you have given a kind of prompt value there, and that's how you know your report will be managing this. These are kind of, filter logics that you can see, and kind of prompt and filter logics, and we need to have some kind of analytical thinking. Because of that, you should be able to manage the data population with the prompts. That plays in a wider role in actually returning the data. That's max, with prompts. We have covered almost all the options that we have with prompts. We'll just revise. What are those prompt items? First, when your report is web service enabled report, what are the prompts option? You need to have it. Have your prompt within filter and prompt. When your report is not a web service enabled report, even though you can give in prompt, but it's not a mandate, your system will not throw errors. Even if you don't give in prompts, but if it is web service enabled report, if you don't give in prompts, your system will throw error. These are the two types. You know that you remember and prompting a value and prompting for value and it is not there. Ignore that value and run the report. That too also plays an important role. When you wanted to have a value as a mandate item, you will go with prompt the value for the user. It will prompt and the user has to give the value and it will. But if you make the value the same value to ignore if the value is blank, it will not look for any value. It will look for the value. If it values this, it will run the report based on the value. But if it is not there, it will look for all the employees and run the data. Another thing, and when you want it to default. When you want it to default, definitely you need to come to the prompt and give default prompt values in it. And when there are multiple filter conditions which you attach to those filter conditions as a prompt, your R operator plays an important role. And that makes a lot of difference when you actually select multiple values in prompt. These are the main criteria that you need to consider when you're working with prompts. That is the thing. And even the sub-filter values also, you can do it as a prompt. Let's take. Let me add any values from sub-filter. In order to get sub-filter, what we need to have? We need to have related business. I'll take benefit elections as a related option. I go for US-based top US-based organization which is using Workday as a HR system. And I think remote, you can work anywhere from anywhere because it's not a kind of system which will look for any server. Exactly. I can sit anywhere and work. That's the kind of advantage that we have other technologies at least. I know you need to have some physical server attached and probably all those process in A. When you're working from home also, you need to run all those server process. And when the server is up, then only your application. When server is done, you will be not able to open your application and your administrator will say there is an issue with VPN. Blanket will still run. Sub-filter and filter are same way. All the related field, related object filter you'll add in sub-filter. No need of adding survey related business objects. Of the plan. Prompt for user value, and we are not adding it as a prompt. We are getting this one. Not self-dependent. We are not getting the same amount. Since your report is a web service enabled report, now and you also need to have group column headings for those related business objects. This is only when your report is web service enabled. It's not a web service enabled report. It shouldn't be getting this error. Generally, if you're working for any kind of integrations, then only you require that web service option to be enabled. Because for you need to code in, technically write a program, and from program to identify values from related business object. This is how we know you need to. Actually, you'll be doing in your code that whatever fields that are there in benefit elections group, those will be picked up. Similarly, but if you're completely working for analytics team and reporting team and you're not working for any kind of other technical teams, no need of making that report as web service. No need of thinking in that way. Can I run this report? Today we've actually gone little extent in deep about prompts, which is actually important for you in reporting. Go with recording today's recording and practice all the prompt option that we've used. That should help. Now we'll just do one last thing and we'll wind up for today. This related actions one. Since we've added dependent and benefit plan, we've got Rosa extended with the dependents and benefit plans, whatever employee has been for plans. Those would have got added here. Now we'll just give a prompt with this dependent and benefit plans. In order to give in prompt what you need to have in it, have it in sub filter first. I can make even if there is no value. It should not, because we want to land one more business object or a benefit plan. for benefit plan and default values, but for dependent, and not because I don't want the report should run based on a dependent. Now your report will run only for the plans. These plans, whichever I've selected, only for the employees who have enrolled for that particular plan. But since you know it is, all others are in our operator in main field. This will be treated as a separate criteria and it will return employees who are under this particular plan. When plans also, we have its bin that wherever you see the plan, that employee does not have that. Let's say if I select or if I remove the blanks. And typically manage with this, go ahead and practice all these things. These are actually required for your complex reporting. Today we have done some important stuff and you need to be familiar. And related to this kind of analytical thinking, which will help you in your complex reporting. Your complex reporting mostly will go with prompts, with different variety of prompt requirements. We have covered all the prompt requirements from filter, from sub-filter within filter. Making different options. Given all, we've gone with all the options that are available with prompts. When you're actually working with huge reporting on 100 columns, the 120 columns reports probably go with. When you're building reports on compensation, you might be adding 100 or 150 columns. And during that huge reporting, probably at least 10 to 15 or 20 columns, you would be needing to go with prompt. Same kind of criteria, whatever prompts that we have selected. I think fields may be different, but concept whatever. The prompts, how we've chosen, from sub-filter, filter, making that as a kind of ignorable value. When value is blank, giving our operator with multiple prompts, and when something is blank, something will execute. All these kind of things are important or required for your complex reporting. Go ahead and practice every task and get some understanding how it works and how it is returning. We have a standard report called Data Sources, which returns all the data sources that are available in Workday. This would be a kind of checkpoint for you. Whenever someone asks you something on reporting requirements, you need to actually go to this standard report initially, I think, till you get some kind of hands-on with reporting. What is the data source? Then, how to identify the availability of the data source in Workday. This is where the standard data source from the report, where you can find all the data sources that are available in Workday. There are around 77 data sources that are available in this tenant, which you can pick that you wanted to have. You cannot create a new data source. You need to use the one that is already there in the system, which has provided by Workday. You cannot create a business object. You need to choose the business object that is available in Workday. Yes, there are certain cases. You will be creating a custom business object with custom field requirements. But other than that, you will not create any kind of when there is no field that are available. Let's say, for example, if you're not acquiring, if one of the organizations is acquiring a company, generally employee will be automatically generated when employee gets hired in Workday. Automatically, employee gets generated when employee gets hired into the system. But when new company is getting acquired by one company, and that acquired company is already having employee field from the legacy system. Now, when you're actually uploading all this employee data into Workday, for some reason, your business decided that we don't want it to have. The Workday generates an employee, but we also have employee in our legacy system. We wanted to have that idea also to be populated for a particular point of time. Then we can have employee. What Workday will be generating can be used. But in general stage, we wanted to use that ID as an employee in Workday. If such kind of requirement is there, there will be only one employee that Workday generates and cannot hold any other employee. And here comes a kind of different scenario to actually load, to actually have that employee from legacy system, which is there, right? To actually hold that value, we don't have any, delivered field because employee what Workday generates will be holding. It will not hold any other employee which is generated by other system. But there was a request for a particular point of time. We will be continuing with the legacy ID from other system. In that scenario, you'll be creating a kind of this is too technical, but just to get you a kind of understanding, I'm giving. We'll be creating a custom business object under which custom ID will be created. Under this custom ID will be custom field. We'll be loading all that legacy ID information. That employee can have two employee. One is Workday generated employee. The other one is which we've uploaded from other system. We call it as a custom field. We've created a custom field under which we have actually mapped this legacy ID from other system. Other than that scenario, we will not have any kind of, at least in reporting area. You'll not have an option to manage any field outside of any field or any sources outside of what you're seeing in standard reports. These are all the data sources that are available here. And let's say if you get a request to create positions that are available in Workday, or all open positions, all closed positions, all the positions that are filled, kind of requires a requirement that you get. How do you actually make to that requirement and decide which source that you need to pick and create a report? Something in the positions is something that you can relate here. Just see if there is anything, any data source that manages position information. We have all open positions, all positions we have. Current open positions, we have all positions including closed positions. The data sources. We have multiple data sources at related position. You can use any of this source to actually manage your data. Now let's say if your request to create all the closed positions, if businesses ask you to create all the closed positions, you already have a source called all positions. Pick this source, go for filtering for closed positions or go for filtering open positions. Go for filtering filled positions, which will give you all the intended information. Now let's try to create one report which gives all open positions. We'll clear on with all the 3 filter options which we have. 3 status will be there in open position, in positions. One is open position, closed position and filled positions. You know the position, right? Position is nothing. But when employee is getting into hide, position will be created for an employee. And when it is created, it will be opened. And when employee gets hide into the system, position will be closed. And position will be closed, as the position will get filled by an employee. These are the 3 kind of categories we have in position. Based on the request that you'll be getting from business, you'll be creating that particular report. Any questions here? Well, we're creating one report that pulls all open positions, all positions where you can filter. That's how you want it to have. If you wanted to go for only open positions, we have straightforward direct data sourcer, all open positions. But what if we wanted to have closed positions or open positions or filled positions? We'll be taking the source called all positions and we'll be filtering the data. Data sources which are available in 2 business objects. Both will work. But let's see the description which gives the result what we are requiring. Access the position as a primary business subject and returns 1 row per position includes filled and unfilled position. Exception position closed by closed position. Business process does not contain built-in prompts. This will give all the details which we are expecting and will not have any built-in prompt. And let's see the other one. Will push in my written superposition includes filled restricted closed positions. Each person is evaluated as an effective rated current date. If not closed, available to date. Close date. That is, if the position is restricted. Restriction is closed. The display of the position restriction will be showing work closed. Does not contain any built-in prompts. Both will be returning the same kind of information without any kind of built-in prompts. Only the difference is this business object if you go with the position and job, all staffing models. This is a stack, the effective dated one. It returns as of today. what are the positions that are available. You know it will be getting this one. This will not look for any kind of date category. It will look for even if you know future dated positions are created. Let's say for the next 6 months, you know you would have created a position. Target date would be somewhere around 1st of Jan 2023 would be a target. High date for that position. If you have created that kind of positions, this source will be getting all this information, which is not a kind of effective dated one. The other one as of today, whatever the positions that are available in the system, be it closed, be it open, be it filled, it will be getting based on your report creation. Now let's go with this one, all positions. But the data source says except closed positions, right? Which except? If you just there, it says right except. What except? I mean in the description, it says it shows only filled and unfilled positions except the closed positions. This one. It will fill and fill position except position closed by closed position. You'll be getting closed position also. There is a business process called closed position. When that business process triggers, the position will be closed when position is closed from that particular business object. This will not identify that position. Generally, whenever a position is edited, whenever a position opens, whenever a position closed, there is a certain business process that triggers. But I think this will be getting even closed position also. Let's see. We have 3 status which we'll see. First, we'll see what are the options that are available to the status. Then we'll get to know what this gives. This gives all this kind of status: open position, frozen position, filled position, and closed positions. Now let's create the data first, then I will go for filtering. Position. Motion type. Target hire date for this position. First, which can fill the position on the organization. I think manager is actually owning this position. and any job acquisition associated with position. You can offer this position. Candidates who have applied for this position. Candidate is nothing but who will be a future employee in Workday. Once candidate completes all the hiring process, that candidate will be becoming employee. Administrator's position, location where the position is available. These are all the basic fields that you actually create for staffing. But anything specific you're recruiting will be asking you status that we have frozen open positions enough. Now, based on this, you can play around with what status that you wanted to go. Let me explain you the status definition. When it is open, when the position is getting created and it is actually waiting for a candidate to get filled, that will be an open status and close. When you feel that the position is no longer needed, you'll be closing that position. For some reason you would have stopped recruiting, or for some reason you don't want to proceed with that position. You will be cancelling or you will be closing that position field. And when candidate has shortlisted, undergone with all the recruitment process and offered, the candidate would have offered, and when that employee joins the organization, the position will get filled up. Frozen is one of the status where then the position is open and for some reason, for temporary period, let's say for 3 months or 6 months, you wanted to freeze that position, but you wanted to use that position in future. But for now, you wanted to freeze that position and you will be freezing that position. That kind of status is called. Case is called laborer's frozen position. Filter with any status that you wanted to have. Let's say, if I wanted to look for frozen positions, how many positions are raised? We have a few frozen positions. Similarly, you can play around with what status that you wanted to have and actually create a report in that scenario. That's fair enough. Creating report is not the typical thing you can create, but identifying the source, identifying the business object matters here. If you are aware of that kind of identification skills, then you should be able to manage any request that you will be getting. Now, with the same scenario that I've given, I'll give you another request. Now you guide me how to actually manage that kind of report. Now we have seen position information. We were able to identify the source for the position. We were able to get all the required status of the position. Now replicating the same kind of concept or requisitions. I wanted to create a report which pulls all the job requisitions that are available in Workday. Now you tell me, based on this understanding, how to actually create a report that returns all the job requisitions. All meaning all jobs that you have workers already in or you want to hire into. Job requisition. When I say job requisition, there's nothing. But before recruiting employer, worker requisition will be created. Requisition is nothing, but once position is created, requisition will be attached to the position and job posting will be done. And that's where you get. When job is posted, you'll be getting that position open in LinkedIn on job portals with the job description and all. That's the kind of job requisition. I wanted to actually create a report that returns all the job requisitions for the position that I have in Workday. How do you actually achieve this? Wouldn't that just be open positions? No, position is different. I'm talking about job requisitions. Maybe first we go to data sources and run the standard report. Check what is relevant to positions. What happened? I'm in data source report. Select the data source. What source I have to select? Requisition. All job requisition. We can put the description there. That's what you first have to do. Whenever there's any request which you're not aware, when you don't know which business object that you need to choose, which source that you need to take. This is the one initially that will help you to choose the available data sources related to the requirements that you'll be getting. Now let me create report with all job requisition source. If you wanted to go with the index data source, You can also find all job requisition related sources within index also. You can also keep the checkbox as it is and look for all job requests. The reason why you go with probably remember, I think they would have not covered this for you. Probably we thought of taking some more additional time to actually talk on index and standard data sources. Since now we are creating, let me explain you the reason why we go with index versus we choose standard data source. Standard data source, with actually most of our report that we've created were on standard reports. You would have noticed whenever we create a report on any standard report to filter the data, to get any kind of limited data for that specific category, we used to go to the report filter. For example, just now we have seen all job requisitions, also all positions. You would have gone to report filter and filtered with frozen closed. All these things that you have done. Since that was a standard report, you don't have an option to filter the data at the source level. You have gone to report level and you filter the data. But index data source is not that kind. You have data filtering options at source level only. Let's say now we have chosen the all job requisitions index data source. When you go here, you'll be getting an option to filter the data at source level. You can see data source filter is there. There are a few options that you can filter. But in case if those filters are not meeting the expectations that you have, but since there is a job requisition, you don't have much status that are available. But most of our index data source will have all the filtering options that you actually need to have when you're actually creating report. The difference between standard and index is index data source will be filtered at source level and can be filtered huge volumes of data. Let's say all workers. When we created all workers as a kind of standard source and created a report. If you wanted to pull retirees, if you wanted to pull contractors, terminated or active, you go to report filter and do a filtering option there. But if you choose index data source, index to all workers, data source, you'll be having an option to source level only. You'll be having an option to filter retirees, contractors, terminated active, all these things. You'll be getting the option to filter at source level. That you will not be getting again a chance to actually filter at report level because the source level only, you're filtering the data and no need of actually filtering at report level. Here, if you see the reason why the source level works better versus the filter that you'll be giving at report level. When you see that report is actually filtering at source level, when you run the report, report will not take additional time to look your filtering option because at source level only your report has got filtered. Now, when you run the report directly, it runs a report based on the source filter that you have given and returns the data. And similarly, when you compare this filtering option with the report level, you have not filtered at source level or standard data source. You are filtering at report level. And when you run this report with standard, it will actually go for all the you know. For example, take all workers. All workers is a custom report that you've created with the standard data source, and you filter with all retirees you know to get all the retired employees. Now when you run the report, your report will look for all workers and go into each employee record, identify the status of retiree and pull that employee record. If the condition satisfies, if employee is retiree, it will look for all the records and pull the satisfied record and will get you retired employee. This is how standard data source will work, and it takes little time for report to drill down into each employee record, identify retiree status and pull that employee. Here you know report will take little time to process the data. Now if you compare the same with the index data source, since you will be filtering at source level only, it won't take much time. The moment you click on run button, it gets a spontaneous result by getting data based on the filter that you have been at source filter, because you're filtering at source level only. The report will not take additional time to get into each record and identify that one. Since you have filtered it, it will straight away identify that record and gets that one. Here report performance is actually optimized. That's the main purpose that we create an index data source report. Whenever you have a kind of data requirement that process very huge amount of data, it is suggested and recommended to go for index data source. But at the same time, there are certain limitations with index data source where you cannot have calculated fields. All the calculated fields cannot be attached to index data source, since it is actually restricted to give a better performance. Your standard data source can be created with all the calculated field functions that we have, but your index data source will not be able to support few of the calculated field functions that we have. If you have straightforward data without any kind of calculated field, you can actually go with the index data source, which actually gives performance in returning the data. But standard data source will take little time when compared with the index data source. It will take little time to execute the report. That's the only difference that you have. And most of the cases where you have a kind of complex reporting where calculated fields, a lot of calculated fields needs to be added to the report, then your standard report works better. Standard data source works better than the indexed one. Do you mean like in index data source, there cannot be any calculated fields? We can create any calculated field. But the only thing, there are certain kind of, let's say bonuses, the amount. If you wanted to return bonus amount for an employee, we don't have any kind of, we have a business object called bonus, but we don't have, let's say, sign-on bonuses. Sign-on bonus is nothing but which will be paid for an employee as a kind of joining bonus in India. We call it a sign-on bonus. We call it as an ES, and other countries, we don't have any delivered field that returns sign-on bonus. Now, in order to get sign-on bonus, you need to actually create a calculated field by getting into the bonus business object to create conditions. The true or false conditions when bonus type is sign-on bonus and add the true or false condition to another field to return sign-on bonus. Such kind of, drilling down calculated fields has to be created for certain kind of requirements. Such kind of requirements cannot be fulfilled with index data source, because when you say you're the index data source, all worker will be getting the same worker business object. But it has a kind of limited data that it will be actually drilling down. It won't be getting into that deeper into business object to identify the data. In that scenario, you'll be actually creating the standard report with index with the standard data source, and you'll be playing around with all the calculated fields. We can create fields in index data source also, but it will not work that efficiently. How standard data source will look for, where you can drill down into multiple levels of field. Sign-on bonus is one example. Bonus type. You're drilling down when only bonus type is sign-on bonus. Get this amount of kind of calculate that you'll be creating where you're drilling down into multiple levels of business object and getting the data. But here in index data source, you'll be not getting that kind of that level of drilling down into field level and getting the data kind of option. You'll be not getting an index data source level, but all the basic things you know: formatting name, formatting text, formatting dates. It works as how it works in standard data source. But when we select optimized for performance and we look for some data, sometimes we don't get the name right. Is it because, like Workday has decided, this kind of specific data sources cannot be indexed? When you check, when you have related name, you know that you wanted to, let's say positions that we were trying right. We unchecked and we checked for positions. Now, similarly, I just kept it at the checkbox as it is. And if I look for positions, I'll be getting all the index data source. The spelling is and getting all the position related data source with the next one. You have a position 1, but if I check this one and if I look for this data source, I will be not getting. You have all the standard sources that actually are not part of index data source for all the positions. The positions for HCM reporting is there. I think the symbol is different. This is a little different. Let's see what it is. You're indexed only. This is not a standard. What if you look for standard? This is standard. This is indexed. Some data sources are available by default. You'll be getting, even if you don't check that those sources are available. Indexed only. Those will be given workers for HCM reporting. There are a bit of the when you wanted to optimize the performance of reporting. The play around with the source level filtering options and get huge volumes of data at filtered by filtering at source level. Then your index data source works better than standard. But when you wanted to actually customize a lot of fields, tweak a lot of delivered fields with calculated fields, and let's say annual compensation statement, annual compensation report. Every year, employees will be getting their salary increase and all. You'll be creating an annual compensation report where all these companies that I was seeing, rate bonus is one of the category and whatever the employee would have got paid. Bonus is one category, sign-on bonus, retention bonus, or any kind of special alliance COVID bonus kind of things will be there based on the organization. A lot of bonus amounts will be there in the system. When you wanted to create a lot of calculated fields to return each of these amount category, then your index data source will not work because the purpose of index data sources is to reduce the performance. And I know it runs very quickly in returning the data. But when you actually add a lot of calculated fields in the report, the performance of the report will get reduced because you have created a custom field where it will not be looking for the delivered data. It has to execute the calculated field and make to a situation that condition will be getting satisfied when there is only a bonus type of single sign-on bonus. Then you get with the value kind of conditions you will be specifying. Probably you'll know more about calculated fields after our reporting concept. But just there are a lot of things that will be logical conditions. You will be specifying. True or false conditions will be specifying. Evaluations you will be making in calculated field. Such kind of huge. You know the logical conditions that when you mention report will obviously take time to actually execute and make sure the condition is getting satisfied and returning the data. Such kind of cases, you need to obviously go with standard because you need data accuracy, right? If your index data source is not giving the data, it doesn't mean that you should not go with that kind of requirement. The Workday suggests and recommends that you do not use multiple calculated fields in the report. But what if your requirement demands annual compensation statement is, most of the customers will be creating and they'll be having a lot of these requirements. Bonus is one of the things, and stock, employees who are getting stock amount has to be returned in the report. And the LTI kind of thing. The kind of alliances that are getting all these things. You'll be showing an annual compensation. A lot of data will be there in compensation related report. And that requires huge amount of calculated fields to be created. When there is a demand that the data has to be returned, there is no way that you can actually bypass that requirement without calculated fields. Calculated fields has to be in the picture to tweak the data and to return the data. When you have such kind of requirements, you need to go with the standard data source. That's where the main difference comes between standard and indexed data source. Now coming back to our requisition one. We checked all job requisitions right with standard one. Job requisition. There is nothing but job requisition ID attached to the position. Position attached to this job requisition. One job requisition can be attached with multiple positions. That's the reason why you're seeing multi-instance field. And target heritage. Job requisition status. Hiring manager. These are the mostly used two reports in the recruiting. Job requisition positions. I think these two reports will help you in actually managing recruiting related reports, and candidate. The candidates supervisory coordination under which job requisition is getting created. Which you look for all the available job requisitions in the system. I'll talk about what is our position in a while once we see. We have around 470 requisitions with a different status. We have all this kind of status related positions in the system. Now we've seen when you actually choose job requisition data source and run your report. You'll be getting a checkbox called Include Evergreen Job Requisitions. Evergreen job requisitions are nothing but which will be open forever. There are certain kind of requisitions which will not close actually. Forever, those will be active. Other normal requisitions will be after the position gets filled. That requisition will get closed. Our requisition will get filled actually. And it can be frozen as the other status that I was talking in position data source. You'll be having same field open, closed and frozen status. But evergreen job requisitions are nothing. But the system will be asking you, do you want to include even evergreen job requisition in the system? If you check the checkbox, those will be included. If you don't check the checkbox, evergreen job requisition will get excluded. The meaning of evergreen job requisition is there are certain positions that you'll be hiring. Most of the scenarios, you don't want to close that requisition and attach multiple positions to that one. Let's say you know VP under CEO of the organization. CEO will be there in the company who will be managing the entire organization hierarchy. And the vice president is one of the position which you wanted to have evergreen. Once you attach, you create a vice president position under CEO of the company and requisition. Once the vice president gets hired, you will be attaching one more requisition to that evergreen. One more position to that requisition, director of the company. You will be creating one more position and you will be attaching this position to this requisition. Where you're not, having any kind of field positions. At the moment that the one position gets filled, you will be creating one more position and it will be attaching to this evergreen job requisition, which is nothing but the position will be active all the time, which will not be closing, which will not be getting filled because the definition of it is going to be open forever, that there is no need of creating multiple requisitions again. When you have such kind of evergreen job requisitions to create it. When you check this checkbox, system will ask you. System will return you all the evergreen job requisitions. And if you wanted to know what are the evergreen job requisitions, you can add the same field, same. This one. I'll be getting evergreen job requisitions in the report. And if you wanted to know what are the evergreen job requisitions, since you added that field, you can filter here. You see, if there are any evergreen job requisitions, you will see these are all evergreen job requisitions that are available in the system. We will be having multiple positions attached to this one. And if one position is getting closed and the other position will be attached. Like that, multiple positions will be attached to this one, which will be open forever. Kind of thing where you can access. You can consider that as a kind of evergreen job requisition. Any question? In recruiting, these are the major two sources that we'll be using. People might be asking, get me all evergreen job requisitions or the requisitions that are closed in the last 1 week, requisitions that are open from last 1 year, kind of thing. People will be asking. And in that case, you need to go to the same kind of source that we have taken and create a report. These other than these two sources, I don't think you'll have any other source that you'll be creating. You'll be creating in the recruiting area because the recruiting is nothing but candidates. Candidate is one thing where you can create candidate report also for recruiting. To ask, get me all the active candidates. And I'll probably. You need to choose the same scenario and create a report. Other than this, candidate positions and requisitions, other than these three concepts, you don't have any other term in recruiting. Mostly, you'll be playing around with these three sources. Now, as an activity, go ahead and try to create a report with candidate information with any status Create a report with candidate and try to get a report with all the data fields. How you can take any of the data field that is there in the business object but that should return candidate information. Go ahead and take this as an activity for tomorrow to get a report for candidates. And tomorrow we'll be looking at one more advanced report with the reviews performance related report we'll be creating. And then we'll be jumping on to our other report type called matrix. We'll be jumping on to matrix report after creating employee performance related report. Then we'll be jumping on to matrix report. We'll see how matrix report will be created and how creation will be. Options will be a little different, but filtering on all as how we are filtering here, we'll be filtering the same and choosing your data source will be the same process, same kind of thing. But only the thing is giving the data to the matrix report and running the report and viewing the output is a little different than what you're seeing in advanced. That is one of the main report. Also, after advanced matrix report is the mostly used report. We'll be working on a few use cases related to matrix report in our tomorrow session. Before that, go ahead and try to create a report with candidate information. Then we'll jump on to other report, what we discussed, performance related report, and a few other reports related to matrix. For selecting the data source, you told us to run all data source, right? But what we do to select the field, if we are not sure what field to use, how do we do that? There is one more other report called report fields. Report fields. Are there all the calc fields? If you won't give any kind of prompts here, it will look for all the business subject and all the fields in the Workday. But if you know any business object, you can view that particular business object and run it. It will return only the fields from that business object. Now I have not given any of the business objects here. It will run for all the business object and will return all the fields from all the business object. I think more than 5,000 is there, which will take a little time. What I'll do is I'll just give any specific business object. Let's take worker, which is mostly used object. You can see all the fields. From the business object, you can see around 4000 fields are there on a business object, and you can filter any of the related field that you know which you're not able to identify. Even calculated fields will be also as part of our report fields. We'll be getting all the fields in the delivered fields. And it's the delivered report. And similarly, for which business object we want to use. Business subject. Business subject detail is one standard report we have. These are all certification questions when you wanted to go with the reporting certifications. These are all the things that you will be asked. What is the report that is used for? Get all the business subject in the system. This is the report. All the things that I was saying, right? Standard reports. Those are all your certification questions. That's how we actually identify the business objects that are. But here it's actually a kind of required thing which will be actually getting you. There is one more. Let me see if there is a more standard report which will not ask or prompt for any required field. What this report gives is it gives you business object and all the related business subjects that are linked to business. Primary business object. These are all the related business subject that are linked. There is one more business object instance of something is there. It should not be a kind of required category. And this is the only one. There is no other report. Let's see. I remember there was one more report. I can choose this one also. That was reported and was admission to be the category of each business object. The report uses business subject report as a data source. You can use this one. There's another report and actually go for business object details, which actually gives you all the business objects and also business objects by category. It will ask you which category that you wanted to select. To address compensation kind of things will be the right. You can choose that from this business object category. This is not the benefits. If you click on benefits, what are the business subject available in benefits module? We're getting state for, all the business subjects available in compensation. Similarly, you should also get for benefits, but I think benefits is not enabled for this tenant. I believe that's the reason we are not able to get. Similarly, by selecting the category, you should be able to get all the business objects for that particular area. And we are done with the filters, right? Is there any chance we will be covering the inbox filters? My inbox filters. What does my inbox filter mean? We have here, right in the right corner, this one. This is not a part of reporting. Actually, this comes based on the security. The security, whatever security that is assigned to you based on your security role. You'll be getting an option to, to your inbox to take action on that one. Let's say your HR administrator. All the related tasks you'll be getting doesn't mean that you have to take an action, but based on the security setup that you will be getting action where you're supposed to take an action. Let's say, there are 10 members in our team who are assigned with HR, Administrator Security Group, and who then, among those 10 members, 2 members will be actually taking care of all the support requests that you will be getting. When employee gets hired, approve that hire or, trigger onboarding business process kind of things. All those are related things will be performing. The people who are assigned with, that is inbox, right? What I'm asking, like, how do you filter stuff? There is something called inbox filters because I had a request when I joined first. My first request was to create an inbox filter for one of the team, like the payroll manager. She wanted to manage her tasks. She wanted to assign tasks to everybody, but she wasn't aware like who has done what. Some tasks were pending. She asked me to create a report, but then her security did not allow to view few fields. The solution, what my lead gave was like to work on inbox filters. There was something called separately inbox filters through which she was able to manage her work, like whom she should view, like whom she should assign, something like that. Let's see that one, but let me see inbox filters, I think. I think there's a task or I don't know, but something. Let's see if source is there, what it actually returns. If that is a kind of requirement, I can cover that also. But before that, we need to know if there is any source for that inbox thing. We don't have any source. It was not through report. It was through the inbox. Like, can you please go back to the inbox? You said your lead has issued some report that to manage this thing, right? We tried to create a report, but she wasn't able to view it because of her access. But then they were able to filter their inbox through here. Maybe the left corner, you have options, right? You can just hover the left corner. No, the left corner. These options. Like these are dashboard related things. Dashboard. Is there something? I'm not sure. Maybe I can ask her like tomorrow I'm going to office. Maybe I can ask like what it is, and if there is a chance like we could cover if it comes within this topic, then I can cover that. It's not a matter. But only thing is inbox. That works based on the security wherever the action has to be taken on the items that you will be getting. And if you wanted to create a report on all the items that are sitting in the worker inbox, we can create that one. And I need to know actually what you're expecting when you say inbox filtering and all. What we can cover, I will get to know like tomorrow's session, I will let you know. And probably if something needs to be created and something needs to be transitioned, I'll be getting you that as well. For tomorrow's session, other than what we discussed, candidate report is one of the tasks that you can take it and with whatever candidate information that you wanted to get. Try to get that one. And after that, we'll be creating one performance related report, and then we'll go for a matrix. This week, we'll be covering all the report types that are available with the reporting model. And mostly we'll be able to. If there are any leftover reporters, we'll be covering next week. And once we are done with the reporting types, we'll be jumping on to calculated fields. And even when you are creating calculated fields, we'll be creating multiple reports. With multiple use cases, we'll be covering a lot of reports with calculated fields as well. From there, I think you should be good. Some recurring activities will be happening in every customer organization. Performance reviews will be happening every year, or mid-year reviews will be happening every year. And quarterly reviews will be happening, mostly across all the customers. There are certain reports that every customer will be having to know what would be the manager rating, what would be the employee rating would have given as part of employee reviews or not. Mostly you'll be getting a request to actually create such kind of reports. Now might be, if they wanted to have a different graphical format, it will go with matrix. But in case if they wanted to have all the details in a tabular format, you obviously go for advanced report. The data source is a matter here. Which data source will give such information and what kind of delivered fields are there? And calc fields has to play a major role here to actually, if you're going with the worker business object, get them from other business object and play around to get the values and all. Calc fields and the report places, the data source plays some major role here. Let's try to see what sources are available in order to get such kind of information. Let's see what are the data sources available for review process. We have multiple review process. And that actually gives all the review related things. And if compensation has to be associated with those reviews, you go with all compensation review process with this source, where you can also get the bonus amount that will be associated with the kind of rating that you'll be getting. And a compensation review statement where annual review process will be actually holds an adjustment business object. And this is the source that you'll be actually using for any kind of annual compensation statements. Have you heard something called business intelligence reporting too? Have you heard something about? What did you ask? I was asking you, have you heard something called but business intelligence reporting tools? No. Basically, but is a kind of the mostly not reporting people will be using to actually generate statements actually copies and all that kind of custom development tool which will be developed outside of a day and that will be attached to the reports. When you actually generate statements like annual compensation statements, review statements, and all, you actually go with these kind of reports. Probably you might be getting a bird requirements also. Since you know you're part of a reporting team, but also would be a kind of a major role that gives all the analytics, kind of, outputs when you actually create reports and generate statements and on. Just start exploring in that area. And employee reviews indexed, and when employee wanted to review their own reviews, kind of source that will give current information of that employee. These are all the sources which actually plays an important role in employee review process, be it compensation, be it performance reviews and all. These are all the sources that you can choose to actually get your output in. You know the rating ways or acknowledgement ways and all. You can actually pick any of these sources as per your business requirement. For now, since we wanted to go with employee reviews, we'll go with standard data source called employee review. This manager is a kind of Boolean value which lets employees a manager or not kind of a certain value it will return. If you wanted to run a report for any managers, this is one filter which will help you to filter easily. The same report can be actually created with the worker business object also, but they need to create multiple calculated fields in order to get these values into worker. And the other way is choose the relevant data source and relevant business object to actually go with the same business object. But if you wanted to actually use worker, you can also use, then you need to play around with getting calculated fields to get these values into worker business object. Review templates are nothing, but whenever performance reviews are happening, functionality will be creating templates for this year. This is the template and these are the employees who will be part of this review process. Employees who has joined after this particular date will not be eligible for such kind of reviews. Such kind of setup will be making in review templates and will be filtering with template that we wanted to go with. If you are not filtering entire reviews for all the templates, no system will be returning. Or you can give a prompt. If it is a business report, it can give a prompt for review template. Business can select whatever review period that they wanted to choose and template that they wanted to choose and run a report. These are the templates which will be created every year during annual review process. This template will define who will be part of review process, who will be not part of review process. They launch before review process and once all the ratings, all the discussions with employee one-on-one discussions about performance reviews are completed. They'll be releasing rate for employees, rating for employees to view their performance rating. This report is after the performance appraisal process is done. It's just to publish the results, is it? Publish the ratings and all. What rating that employee has got. Did we add a prompt like this? No, this comes as a kind of built-in prompt. We're going to prompt for that data source. For the data source. If you don't want to get into any kind of building prompts, you need to actually I think this does not have any kind of source filters. Basically, when you go with the employee reviews for organizations, it will ask you for which organization that you want to run a report and for which template that you want to run a report, and select any of the top level organization who was the top level person in the system. Steve Morgan is a top level person who holds top level organization. And I check this checkbox. It will run for all the subordinate organization under the top level organization, which means that it will look for complete organization hierarchy and returns a report. Here is a kind of template to the 17 templates, where this employee has got manager rating 3 and the review period was somewhere around 1. The 1st of Jan 17 to 31st of December for the kind of review period, and overall rating of an employee has got. Employee has given in self-evaluation for rating and manager rating has got. Three rating such kind of reviews you know you'll be managing and who are all the individual contributors and managers here. You can filter. Very simple in value returning, as those are all managers. Actually, these are all the managers who has got perform, who are part of performance reviews with their managers with their ratings. Let's say you know typically manage creating a performance of us. Hopefully for you this kind of reports will be helpful whenever you're managing any kind of employee reviews. If these reports are not created, probably it's one-time report creations which can be used for every year. These kind of reports are not there in your tenant for performance reviews, tracking, ratings and all. I think this source will be helpful for you If it is there, if it is already creating, it should be already created. It is created differently. Will be with this data source. That's how you typically play around with performance-related review reports. Clear any questions? No, I meant good. The additional data can be added based on business requests. Any kind of additional values. You know they wanted to have it and I just added to the basic information. But that is still, information can be added. And again I said right, these kind of reports can also be created with the worker business object, which is the primary business object in working. You can also create a worker at the same time when you're creating a worker. Business object, few fields where you wanted to get from review. Manager rating will be an employee review business subject, and you can also get by adding it as a related business object in worker business object. You can also add employee review as a related business object and get these values. If you don't want your report to be sitting in multiple business object, if you wanted to have every value to be sitting in a single business object, whenever you're developing any kind of statements to maintain uniqueness of the business object, you can create calc fields and get them into one single business object, where that will give you a kind of single source term business object report. When you're actually creating any statements, performance-related statements, you can build the statement under one singular primary business object. That's where you can actually plan your reporting. Any questions far? No, but it's good. Now anything that you wanted to know. With the advanced report, we've covered almost all the scenarios. Anything else that you wanted to know with advanced reporting? Oh yes, actually. Sorry, I'm not following. There are calc fields. We have not used calc fields in the reporting but once we start creating calc fields, we'll also incorporate those calc fields in our reporting. Until now, we were using the existing delivery fields now in all of our reportings. We have not used any calculate fields, but yes, we'll also have a huge number of calculated fields created in our advanced reporting. Probably when we go over calc fields, we'll still create few advanced reports and have calc fields added to that report. But anything else other than calc fields that you wanted to know about advanced reporting? Not exactly like advanced reporting, but few questions like I told and asked you before. I want to know what is superorg? Super organization or superorg? Supervisory organization. Super radiant organization. Suppose your organization is nothing but a manager. You'll be reporting to your manager, right? Your manager will be managing one organization where who are all reporting to your manager will be part of that organization. Let's say your manager is managing reporting analytics, kind of. Suppose the organization, the app management team, will be working on reporting and reporting to your manager, and your manager will be maintaining one more organization, integrations organization. And the people who are working on integration will be a part of the organization but still will be reporting to your manager, and your manager will be reporting to her manager or his manager, where your manager will be part of their manager's organization, but will be managing the organization that she is maintaining, where you are all the members of the supervisor organization. Manager will not be the member of the organization they are managing. Let's say if your manager is actually holding reporting analytics kind of for supposed organization, they will not be part of the organization. They'll be managing the supervisor organization. They will be part of their superior manager supervisor organization. Their manager will be managing one organization, right? Your managers will be part of that organization. Let's say if you go to organization hierarchy, we take an example. This is a kind of organization hierarchy. If you go to your tenant, you'll also find this kind of organization hierarchy. And this is public. This is not a kind of a private. Anyone, any employee can view this hierarchy. Now, Steve Morgan is a kind of CEO of the company who is the first person, first level of the organization. He'll be managing, and under this organization, these are all the people who are reporting to this organization. And again, these are all the people who have their team members. They are managing the organization. This person, Vice President of Sales, will be managing sales organization where people will be reporting to his organization. And further, they have a few more subordinate organizations where they'll have their own team members. Like that, you will be part of one of the organization, will be rolling up to your manager's organization. Wherever you see a low kind of, suppose your organization, and blue kind of individual employees without any. Suppose that our relation, when I say suppose that our nation is nothing but a manager. For managers, suppose that our nation will be assigned. That multiple team members can be attached to their suppose that our nations reporting to that manager. Suppose that our nation is one of the primary organization we have in work, decorate CM and valid groups. It could suppose that our nation groups all the employees to be part of management hierarchy, which you're seeing here. This is completely a kind of hierarchy. Suppose that our nation allows employees to be part of this hierarchy. If you keep going down, and you'll be getting down same organizations where complete hierarchy will be maintained. And suppose that our nation manages employees to be part of this organization. Hera. If you go to your tenant, you must be seeing you reporting to your manager with one organization. If you go to your profile also, you should be seeing your organization name. If you are your profile, you'll be seeing your supervisor organization. Your manager will be there. This manager will be managing this support. Is it organization? Like that. If you become a manager, and suppose that our nation has to be created for you, and if there are any team members who must be part of the organization who needs to report to you, an organization has to be created, and the needs to assign team members to the organization who will be rolling up to your organization. And next thing is like what a single instance and multi-instance field. There are multiple field types in Workday. Text. We have a text field, date field, currency field, single instance field, multi-instance field. Text field will be holding all the text values. And date field type will be using all the date formatted fields, and currency fields will be using all the amount related. Total base pay is one example that you can take total base pay. If you take, it will be returning a kind of dollar amount, right term currency related fields, and it will be returning single instance and multi-instance are mostly used field types in our reporting. When I say single instance, it returns one row in a report. One row, one value. One value will be returned for one row. Let's say if employee has multiple benefit plans. Probably, if you're an employee of one of the Workday customer, you would be getting multiple benefit plans, right? Health insurance, medical insurance, dental Cigna, all these plans you know you will be getting. These are all benefit plans. Benefit plans are kind of multi-instance field which are holding multiple benefit plans. If there is a delivered field call, I think they've used a field called currently enrolled for benefit plans, right? There is a kind of multi-instance field which returns multiple benefit plans for an employee. If you are enrolled for any benefit, multiple benefit plans, and if I use the current 3 enrolled benefit plans field in the report for you, whatever benefit plans that you are enrolled will be returning in that column in a single column. Multi-instance field will be returning multiple values in a single column. The same scenario, single instance field will be returning one value per row. If you don't want to go with, multiple values to be populating in a single column rather than actually going with the multi-instance, you can create a calculated field with a single instance and get all those values in a single row. I think we've created one report with benefits, right? Let me show you. Let's see one of the report. Well, temporary reports. Have you know something about temporary reports? Like it could be there in the system for 7 days, right? Automatically. Whatever reports that we are creating are turning out to temporary reports. That's why they are set to get deleted and we don't have an option to edit them. If I take this report and this is a temporary, but it has state. If you see here benchmark plans currently enrolled, this is a kind of multi-instance type. Now if I run this report, see here in the multi-instance field benefit plans currently enrolled, you got multiple values in a single column. Multi-instance field will be getting multiple values in a single column. If you go for a single instance, it will return a single value. Same, if you have same field, same field. If you wanted to have single row, you need to create a calculated field with single instance. The calculated field type that, instead of coming in a single column, this will be divided into multiple rows. That will be when you download an actual. All these will be in a separate rows. Right now, if you download an Excel, you will be seeing everything in a single column. But if you wanted to actually have all these plans in a single column, but wanted to have in a different row, you need to actually take this into a kind of single instance. And also you can do one more way. The same report, if you wanted to have this to be in a single instance, what you can do is calculate is one of the better way, and that you can manage. But the other way that you can do is you can actually add that multi-instance field as a kind of business object in a report. Take this one. And this is a business object of report and benefit plan. Now we'll be getting those three values, those three benefit plans, whatever we've seen in a single row, separate rows. Here we got those three plans in a separate row. Now when I extract this, you'll be seeing three rows for this employee with three benefit plans. Earlier when we've used multi-instance, we got all those three plans in a single column. Now when we've used a kind of single instance, we got all those three plans in a separate row. You can also get the same behavior through CLC fields also, but with the approach that we've taken, that also will work. But basically both are giving the same result, right? Same output. Values will be same. Only thing is multi-instance will be holding, you can say like in a table which will be holding multiple values. And single instance will be holding different rows in a table. That's where you're seeing. I think that's all questions from my side. I mean, is the class over for today or we have something else to discuss? I'll just get you introduced to matrix and probably will go for hands on creation of matrix report in tomorrow's session. You have seen advanced report, right? The same kind of report entry that you will be giving in matrix report as well. You need to choose your matrix report and you need to choose your filters, your data fields that will be populated. Other than this, there are some kind of different options that are available for matrix report. Basically, matrix report is nothing but which actually groups the values. Let's say if you wanted to know from this location how many employees are there. From this location, how many contingent workers are there? From this location, how many active employees are there? Such kind of requirements you will be getting. Basically, most of the business users will be liking a view of the best user interface to view the data right. Whenever they're asking any kind of, trended reports, trended data, like how many employees are getting hired during this quarter and how many are getting terminated during this quarter. And what is the strength of men employee? What is the strength of women employee? Such kind of things. Trended information when you get an option to create. The first option that you need to think of is matrix report. Matrix report will group all the employees under one condition. If you wanted to return employees who are part of one location, who are part of location, you cannot do that in advanced report. Advanced report will give all the locations and all the employees, and you need to manually do a kind of pivot in Excel sheet. But matrix report will give you option to group all the employees under one location and give you from, United States. These are all the employees from UK. These are all the employees from, India. These are all the employees. Are there such kind of grouping? It does, and it gives you in a graphical format that you choose. There are multiple graphical formats that can be available in Matrix. You can choose whichever format that works for you. You can choose that and create your Matrix report, and Matrix report will be returning both tabular as well as a graphical format. And it has an option, same options. What advanced report has, a report can be shared. Matrix report can be shared from one user to another user, and it has advanced filtering options. The only thing that it does not have when you compare with advanced report is advanced report has an option to get its own source to be a kind of web service enabled. We can enable that advanced report as a web service, enable and integrate the data from one system to another system. But Matrix report does not have that kind of web service enable option because it cannot be integrated to any of the integration in Workday. As I said, right, the Matrix report will generate output in a graphical format. When you wanted to integrate this data, the kind of output format Workday delivers will not support that one. Workday's output format is XML format. When you actually integrate data through advanced report, since everything in a kind of singular tabular format, it can be easily integrated. But when you create a matrix report with a graphical format, you cannot integrate your matrix report data to another system. There's a reason why matrix report does not have an option to integrate data from one system to another system, and hence you cannot make your matrix report as a web service enabled report. This would be one of you for going for any kind of reporting training or reporting certification. These are all the questions you will be asked. What kind of output matrix generates, and if you wanted to actually have a kind of tabular format, or both the tabular format and graphical format, which reports gives you a kind of best results. Such kind of questions will be asked. Matrix report is a kind of report that returns the data in a graphical format. And it has an option to drill down into the values and find the output file. It groups the employees, it groups the data into certain conditions and returns the output. Let's say if you have a requirement, recruiting team comes to you and asks, hey, I wanted to actually have a report that returns all the candidates with their salaries and from which source they got hired. Whether it is LinkedIn, whether it is Now Query or any other job portal, Glassdoor, or through our carried website application. Such kind of options. If your recruiting team is giving and wanted to know from which source candidate have joined and their current salaries, all this information, if your recruiting team is asking your matrix report, will actually works in a better way. That actually groups all the candidates from different recruiting agencies from LinkedIn. These many other employees who have joined will show a kind of pie chart in that way. LinkedIn is a kind of sourcing portal which actually got this many employees hide within it. And Glassdoor is a kind of one recruiting agency has sent this many employees, and through our internal career website job application, this many employees have applied to this job and became an employee, such kind of things. If there is a requirement to return the data, you actually choose your matrix report. The reason why we choose matrix report. Matrix report groups the data by certain conditions and return the values accordingly in a graphical format or tabular format. Matrix reports are nothing but which actually drill downs into employee related fields and get the data that you wanted to view. It has an option to drill down, it has an option to actually generate output in a graphical format, and it has an option to have advanced filtering options as well. It's after advanced report. Matrix report is the mostly used common report. And when you get any kind of requirement in matrix, take that, it's nothing. But some leadership team wanted to view the report. Not like advanced report that you will be creating and you will be scheduling. Some of the leadership team wanted to view this information, and hence you will be creating matrix report with all the data required fields that your business will be giving. Now tell me, what is the difference between advanced and matrix? Advanced reports can be used as a web service, but matrix reports, they cannot be used as a web service. And then in matrix report, you can find based on like one common value, like for example, like employees in one country, for example, India, Canada, like that. You can just filter out and it shows you data in graphical format. That's pretty much. And matrix report are best used for dashboards. Mostly used for dashboard. If an employee wanted to view their pay and benefits, we'll be creating a dashboard for them and create a matrix report that returns the data in a graphical format and attached to the dashboard. Employee can go to their pay and benefits dashboard. And once they click on this, your matrix report runs in the background and returns the data in a graphical format. Mostly for such kind of requirements, you'll be using matrix report. Matrix report is again a kind of important report type. Mostly in your entire reporting experience that you're working off, you'll be getting 80% of reporting requirements in advance. And another 20% I can see with matrix and trended. These are the three report types that you will be mostly working. There are other report types you will not get a chance, as how you get a chance to work on advance in matrix reports. And Amit, when we cover matrix reports, do we also cover dashboard? Is it there in the curriculum? Dashboard again. If you go to dashboard, security comes into the picture. You know how to assign a security to the dashboard. All those things will be coming to the picture. Actually, that is not included. But if you wanted to actually know how reports can be configured again, worklets will be coming. Dashboard needs to be configured with worklets, and report needs to be enabled as a worklet, and security has to be assigned to those dashboard that only internet people will be viewing the dashboard and restricting report access to certain groups of employees, and that group of employees need to have access to the dashboard. All this security also will be coming into the picture when we talk something about dashboard. but I think we can discuss in high level how you can actually enable your report as a worklet and how to configure that worklet in a dashboard. And when you see the dashboard, how your report will be running in the background and return the data in the dashboard. That part we can see, and security also will be coming into the picture. If you again wanted to drill down into security, there are multiple layers of security will be coming. What we can do is we can actually cover report specific dashboards without getting into most discussion about the security. We'll be seeing in high level how the report can be associated with the dashboard. When we do that, can we do something related to like headcount, if that's possible, or something like diversity? Like Vibe dashboard, right? Vibe dashboard. What is that? Vibe dashboard. What is that? Inclusion. Something like that. Diversity and inclusion. It's actually based on the headcount of diversity and inclusion. Something like that. Because when we do an example, if we do something related to this, it will be very helpful for me. I think diversity headcount reports are mostly used in matrix report. You have probably can. I think tomorrow we can dedicate this to completely that concept, creating a headcount report and making that as a worklet. Enable that report as a worklet and see if we can attach that to the dashboard and how we can go to the dashboard and view that report. Probably we can actually consider tomorrow's session for this one. We'll create one headcount report and make that headcount report as a kind of worklet and attach that worklet to the dashboard. And the login or proxy is any of the employee to see how they're able to access that report through dashboard. Thank you very much. And I think you must be aware of the background of the matrix report, what we discussed, how it works and the business cases that we'll be getting in creation of matrix report. Yes, it's a graphical representation and it's not web enabled and you can get dashboards out of that. And I think when we found, because she's working, she's asked for specific examples. Basically, in most of the cases, we'll be actually creating matrix report. Max will be creating some kind of matrix report, I can say. We'll be attaching to dashboards. That's the main usage we'll have with the matrix report. And also any kind of standalone reports that we create for matrix will be in the form of graphical interface. That's the main usage of matrix report we'll have and whatever report that we'll be creating. If there is any use case that leadership wanted to have a kind of dashboard format, we'll be creating this matrix and attach it to the dashboard. The same scenario applies for every use case. Let's say if employee headcount report what we wanted to have based on location or based on country or based on cost center, based on supervisory organization, any kind of criteria if the leadership wanted to have or business wanted to have. We'll create a report based on those criteria. Basically, the main usage of matrix report will be tree. It will be grouping all the conditions into one and it will be returning the output. Based on that condition, if we wanted to know all the candidate information from any kind of external sources, or if we wanted to know the headcount of employees from specific location or specific country or specific cost center. How many cost center are there in the organization? If we wanted to group all this headcount of employees into one and populate as a kind of data, And also you can have as how you give field level information in advanced report rate. You also do the same. But only thing is the population or the display. How it works is it groups all the criteria into one and it will be populating as a kind of data in a single format. And in the output, the main advantage that you do in a matrix report is when you have seen, when you run advanced report, will be giving the field criteria and will run the report and will be getting the output. And that's the maximum that we can do with advanced report. But in matrix report, once the report is created with all the fields, filters and any kind of prompts, after you run a report, you'll be getting an output, and from output, you'll be drilling down into more details with matrix report. We'll be seeing how all those drill down options can be enabled, what fields you wanted to drill to get into, more information of employee, such kind of things. We'll be seeing in matrix report and source information filters and all field level information as similar as how we have given for advanced report. The same kind of work you have to do for matrix as well. Only thing is what fields that you wanted to drill down. If employee, if headcount, we are getting based on country. That information will be getting anyway. These are the employees from this country. But if you wanted to drill down into employee information, what is employee name, manager, supervisor organization, cost center, location, hire date. All this information you have an option to drill down from the output of matrix report. This is going to be one of your, if you are attending any kind of Workday certification or certification course or any kind of test out exams, that Workday conducts. This is one of the questions that you will be getting. What is the main difference that you see in advanced and matrix? The options they would be giving. You have an option to drill down from the output of report. And there is going to be a kind of question where in any report that you say outside of the matrix and trended, there will be one more report called trended. These are the two reports that will allow you to drill down into the fields and get the information from the output of the report. There's one of the options that you'll be having in only advanced and in only matrix and trended reports. We'll be creating some of the use cases similar to what I discussed based on country, based on cost center. Probably you can relate the same kind of logic for any other requirements as well. Only thing is that you need to know your matrix report will be grouping the information based on the you have an option to do a kind of grouping. Whatever field that you give in grouping based on that field, your report will be returned in the output format by combining all the sources into one. Let's take an example by getting employees based on cost center or based on country, which is a headcount report. I can say which in most of the scenarios, every customer resource will be having this kind of requirement to get headcount of organization based on country or based on cost center or based on other criteria. What you choose are also. You can also define some prompts from when you wanted to have this data to be populated. You can do in that way. And also we have multiple graphical options that we have in matrix report based on your requirement, based on how effectively that you wanted to show the data to any kind of leadership team. You can actually follow this process. And sources are same as similar. You know how you choose for advanced. You can choose similar sources. How we wanted to have indexed one or standard one, anything that works. but only thing is you will be grouping the data in the source. The report what we'll be creating is mostly used, mostly required report in general scenario. I have the proxy as logon right-click proxy that I have some advanced option access. I'm giving country by country, but in the place of country, you can add anything. You can add cost center, you can add location, you can add country, you can add department, supervisor, automation or manager, anything you can add. Let me talk about the definition report definition options that we have. The only thing that I wanted to talk about is drill down and these matrix options. These are the two options that you will see in a different from when you compare with the advanced report. The rest of all other are same. What is here? Filter PIOMS output share advanced. All are similar to advanced only. Only thing is in advanced, you will not see the option to make this report as web service. That is the only thing that you will be seeing. But the rest of the things are same. And coming to matrix option, this is where your primary role of matrix report comes into picture, where you will be defining on what basis you wanted to group, on what criteria that you wanted to group the output of the file. That's where you are going to specify in a row grouping. Row grouping is nothing but which groups all your data, all your rows, whatever field that you give here. Based on that field, it groups all your data and populates. You can max give 2 to 8 row groupings. But other than that, you cannot give max 1 or 2 row groupings that you can give. And you also have column grouping, which is an optional one. But row grouping is a mandatory one. At least one row grouping. You have to specify that your report output will be grouped with the data. You can give 1 to 2 criteria of row grouping in when you have a kind of exceptional requirement. You can go up to 8 also. But max to max other than 1 to 2, you cannot leave it blank. You cannot leave it blank. Your report will throw error that you have to specify row grouping. At the same time, you also have an option to go for column grouping, but it is an optional case. Here you'll be specifying what kind of summarization that you wanted to go, whether you wanted to have active employees in this location or terminated employees in this location. All these criteria will be specifying. In this or by default, you'll be having count. What should be the count? No, you'll be having in the place of count. You can also specify if you are looking only for terminated. You can give terminated count here. If you are giving actually both active and terminated, all the count will be populated here. And once you give here, you have an option to drill down. Once the report is ran, you will be getting an output right. The one that I was saying, only matrix report, will have an option. I'm sorry. In the previous thing, matrix, here you have something called index right in the corner. Like, when do we select that? Where is that? Index. There is a column right, this one. This one is auto selected by default and it will be selected. There is no kind of option where you'll be seeing it as unchecked. It will be like everywhere, like even in the top table. You'll be checked actually. This is not something you know associated with the source actually, because you see, if you see here the source, we have taken standard source actually. We have not taken anything related to index. But you see an option that has already enabled for this option, where you'll not have this information if you have other than count. If you wanted to go with, any kind of terminated count, or if you wanted to create, if you are creating any kind of any kind of recruiting related reports where you wanted to have different conditions, different summarizations. You'll remove this row and you'll be adding a few more additional rows of an account. Average kind of information. In this scenario, you can actually, this option will go off. But by default, when you go for count, you'll be having this index option automatically checked. We'll be seeing a few more reports where, other than count, what can we select and see how that can be achieved, where you'll not see index option enabled for those kind of criteria. Makes sense. Emit. Thank you. And drill down. This is where drillable fields you'll be selecting. What fields that you wanted to drill into. When you drill into, you'll be seeing the actual data. What you'll be giving here, your detailed data is there, right? Whatever fields that you will be giving, you will have an option to drill down into these fields from the fields that you'll be selecting. Let's say employee you have given as a kind of drillable field, employee name as a kind of drillable field. When you get into that employee or employee name, you will be able to get all this detailed information. All the information, all the fields that you'll be giving in detailed data. You'll be drilling onto this detailed data by the fields that you will be configuring here as a drillable field. And in some scenarios, you don't allow to drill down into the fields. Let's say if any personal information is there, age, mobile number, contact information, all this kind of some personal information would be there in the report. In that scenario, you'll disable to drill down to the particular fields. Disable drill to details report. If you select this option, though the level fields are there, this will disable to get into those areas. We'll be disabling those drillable options to the field levels. Such kind of requirements when you are sharing to all users in the organization where some personal information would be there in the report. Such kind of scenarios will not allow users to drill down into the fields, but they'll be able to view the report in a graphical format and run it. and they should be able to know the count based on cost center, based on whatever criteria that you'll be giving grouping. They should be able to view all the information. But only thing is, when you select this option, disable drill down into the report will actually make them to not drill down into the fields and identify the data. Whatever personal information is there, they will not be able to view with this option. And rest of all other options are what we've seen in advanced. We'll not go into that, but we'll use how we've used in advanced report. Now let's say the headcount report. What we are creating should be based on country. The same kind of criteria you can use in multiple scenarios. If I'm giving country here, you can also give cost center. You can also give supervised organization. You can also give location. You can also do by manager. By all these criteria, you can group the data. Now let's see if I'm going with the country. I wanted to group the data through country. I can group it here. And column grouping. I don't want to actually specify any column grouping. And since I wanted to know the count of the population, I'll be mentioning as it is the count. Here you can specify multiple options. Let's say now I have given location of this country, right? I can also do by, let's say, if I wanted to add cost center also, you can see that kind of grouping also. In the same scenario, you can replicate whatever criteria that your business will be asking while you're working for matrix report. Drilled on what fields you should be able to tell. You need to specify those fields. The Maxino will be giving the employee basic information like worker. Priority. I'll give these three fields as a kind of available fields, which allows you to drill down into the fields from the output of the report. Then here the actual data that you wanted to have in your report. Complete your data requirements will be actually giving here. You're looking for terminated will be giving terminated data as well. What about information? The basic or any kind of reporting information that you can specify here, but this will not populate until although employees are drilled down. Will not give any filter. Let's run for all the population and prompts. We'll see how we can also set it prompt for matrix report and output. Here is the main option that you need to choose your format of your output. A chart and table, which will be populated both in chart as well as in the table format. What chart that you wanted to select, you can select it here. We have been on the required information prompts. We'll see again how to set it up. How? Since you have seen advanced reports, same kind of prompting you'll be seeing. I'm trying to run the report. This is how your report has been populated in a table format and also in chart. What we have selected based on country. What is the head count of the report rate? Here all the countries have populated, and from United States you can see 57, and from UK you can see all these things. And that's how we can actually go based on country and view the output based on country in a graphical format. There's a kind of column cluster graph that I've taken. What you can choose any other format of graph that will actually populate data. I've actually given a kind of bars which will let the population to be shown in a graphical format. But you can select any other format that you wanted to have. And here is the main thing, that I was also getting total count here. And total count based on the count option that we have not checked or not actioned. The same option will be getting you count. Here I was telling the right drill down field. Now, whatever field that you have given in the form of drill, you will be getting this. And if you click on view details, this will allow to actually access all this information. Whatever you're supposed to see, you should be able to see from count itself. You can drill down into all the fields from a graphical format. And if you come down here, you can see the most detailed information also. From United States and cost center, since I've been cost center, it has a group by cost center also. From US, you can see this count, and the same count you can see for all the countries and cost center. Why is there no cost center in the graph? I'm not getting the difference. You'll be having cost center also, you can see here. This is cost center only. See, it's cost center only. You mean the country and the cost center is combined. If you see here in US, there is blank cost center. What do you see? Blank information, right? You see the blank? And UK, you can see the below cost center is there. Office of HRA is there. Similarly, you can find for all other countries. Thank you. And cost center. Also, if you click on your cursor, you'll be getting what is the count of based on cost center. You should be able to see the count also. Whatever you give in row grouping, that will be populated here. That's how you will be seeing in detail information for tabular format. Amit, sorry, can you please go back to the report where we defined it? And is there a chance that we can have this and that like side by side to see what is populated there? Side by side means in graph, you mean to see the output one side and this report definition on the other side. We can compare and see like which part comes in which part of the graph. Am I confusing? No, I think you wanted to see what you're giving is coming on. This is a group I can say, and I've opened in another tab. What do you want to compare? You wanted to compare the detailed data or what you wanted to compare? Can we go to the report definition? Here we have given in the row grouping location, address and cost center. This is the part which is combining and coming in the x-axis right. Location, address, country and cost center is actually grouping the information. If you see here, location is the one and cost center is the one. This is actually grouping the employees, grouping all the workers and getting the count. If you can see here for each, let me go down. That will be more. You can see location, address and cost center are the main criteria, which is grouping the information. Based on these two, you should be getting the count here. If I give like employee ID For example, in the row grouping, then you mean like how, like for example, 100 employees are there. Then do I get United States of America blank and all the 100 employees ID in the x-axis? You'll be getting employee ID here. You'll be getting employee ID, but you'll be not able to group that, right? Employee ID you'll be having for every employee, right? On what basis you are grouping here? The location in the sense you have. You know, someone will be in UK, someone will be in New Year, someone will be in Canada. You're grouping all that and you're getting the count. All the Canada employees. What is the count? All the UK employees. What is the count? You're actually stealing your report. But if you're giving employed as a kind of criteria in row grouping, what does that make sense? Every employee will be having the employee ID, right? Let me show that you will be not able to achieve the actual goal of the report. When I give you whatever is common, like for 4 or 5 items, only with that you can. I have a question. Does this mean that it has to be a multi-instance field? That's when you can use this. You mean to say in grouping? Basically country, it's multi-instance, right? No, it can be singular. No, this is singular. No, singular. It's singular. Cost center is also single instance. When you say multi-instance, combining of all these values in one field, which is nothing with multi-instance. But you're seeing all the countries in different rows, right? Cost center also, you're seeing in different rows. Also, let's see if we go with another kind of case. I'll remove location, country, but mostly whenever your leadership team, whenever your business users wanted to go with headcount. Most of the cases, it will be by country or by cost center, or if you think in different, by supervisory organization. There is a maximum. They might have the requirements. But for us to understand more about the role grouping, we'll try with the different options. As I remember, I was asking employed. We'll try to see if we can go with employee, if we are going how it populates. You'll be having C around. This is 2. 52 rows you got, and each employee. What is the count? This requirement doesn't make any sense, right? Employed is count and all is not making sense based on employee if you're actually looking for the count. You can actually give it an advanced report, and whatever output you're getting, you can treat that as a kind of the count. If you actually create the employed in advanced report, employee name and all, and if you run report, whatever the data that you are getting in the output, that you can treat as a count rate, the total population. And here you're not able to actually meet the actual criteria of matrix. To put where it groups all the things, all the criteria like supervisory organization, there will be a bunch of team members under one supervisory organization from different locations. Because such things, you can actually meet as expected, and location cost center. Multiple people will be working in different cost center from different locations. And if you wanted to group all those cost centers from based on country, based on the location. You can achieve that through matrix report. But if you're going for with the employee, is it giving a kind of clear information what you need to have employed? We have 2010-202-1081. Count of 2 you're getting because you have, kind of very high employee would have got rehired. You'll be getting that information based on employed. But going by location, going by cost center, going big, suppose your organization where your grouping function will effectively work in grouping all the data here, since in some cases we'll be seeing 2. In some cases, you'll be seeing one which doesn't actually meet the group criteria requirement when you go with employed. Because implied it will be every employee will be having the same. I'm going without employee code. No employee will be there. Your group function will not effectively give the output what is needed. But when you go with countries would be different for each employee, might be based on country. If you wanted to group the headcount, you can group that one based on cost center. If you wanted to group the headcount, you can do that one in this cost center. How many employees are there? Altogether, how many cost centers that are available in Workday for each cost center? If you wanted to know the headcount, you can do that one. Similarly, location. Similarly, country. Similarly, supervisor organization. Whatever suppose that organization are there in Workday, get all the list of suppose that organization and the count of that supervisor organization. How many employees are there in that supervisor organization? Your telling matters to put it up in that way. Groups. All the suppose that organizations gives you all the suppose that organization. But at the same time, it will also give you the head count from each suppose that organization. That's the goal of matrix report that you'll be seeing, and in row grouping and column grouping, you'll be specifying the main criteria that you wanted to group the data with. Make sense? Any questions? Yes, I'm at thank you. But can you please go back to the description of the definition? Please scroll down. I'm just wondering from you have the cost and the report, right? Oh, the content of the report. Define the field summaries. Is actually gives you the count. Similarly, when you can go with, if you have any kind of statistical information, it can go with average. You can go with the. I know that there are multiple options to summarize your data, which you can choose here. Just because you have given count here in the report, we are able to get the details of the count. You're able to see the count information. Can you please go to the output? Under this count, you have the legend. Right. Under the count, we have 846. When you click that, you're able to see some details. It's because you have given report to summarize it. Is that right? When you go to the detailed data, whatever fields that you have given in a detailed data, you should be able to go here. Based on that, you should be able to view all this information. But the word count comes here because we have put it under summarize. Thank you. And we are not able to see the actual drill down fields here because you know the employee and I think cost center we have given. Right? We are not able to see those available because we have changed the employee as a kind of for grouping. Right? Since your report is actually grouping with the employee, you should be able to see from the level options. If you go to table format, from the count, able to directly get into the level of fields here. Detailed data fields, not available fields because you're grouping with the employee. And each employee will be having employee. Right. Those available fields will not be populating. But still you can see here view by cost center if you click on this. Based on cost center, you should be seeing this employee. In previous case, you should be getting by country or by location. Whatever that you will be giving here, you will not have. You will have only one employee. Right. If it is a country or if it is a location, if it is a spacer organization, you will be having a bunch of team members and you will be getting all that information here. If you wanted to go with the employee, obviously you will be having only one employee. For each of the row that you are selecting here, in previous example, let's say if it is, if it is 50 employees are there, you will be clicking on this and by cost center, give me all the 50 employees. It will give you all the 50 employees, employee information. And then further, you'll be having an option to go further to actually see the detailed data section. What will be giving details of employee? I'm with one more question. Like, how do we know which report to select, whether advanced or matrix, when you get a requirement? Based on requirement only, you'll be able to understand whether you need to go with advanced, whether you need to go with matrix. If they are asking you, get me a kind of headcount report based on location, based on country, or based on any other criteria they're giving you. By default, you can take it as matrix. If they're asking you, get me headcount report. If they're not specifying you the criteria based on country, it has to be based on location. It has to be, if this information you are not getting, you're going with advanced because you don't know what you have to group. You didn't get that requirement. You'll go with your advanced report, which will give you where you'll not give any filter criteria. It runs for everyone and it will give you the total count in the report. But that does not give clear information for user. If they wanted to go with headcount, on what basis they wanted to have this headcount? Based on each location that they have their office or based on each cost center that they have. If this is a requirement, blindly go for matrix. Thank you. The group option is actually a critical thing which you need to be aware of what you can take here. You can take max 8 other than 8. You cannot have. And it is mandatory at least one group after specific. Without that, you will be not able to run your report. And you'll be getting a question also. Can we have a matrix report without any group? Grouping. If I'm removing employee, I'm getting a rough that you don't specify any group. You cannot have your matrix report without at least one group. You have to specify where it groups the data by that field. And what is the max grouping values that you can give? It is 8. By default, you will be having 8, and more than 8 you cannot actually add. All these are might be asked in any of the screening, or might be if you are going for certification. These are all the questions that you will be asking. You will be getting asked in matrix report area. I'm at one general question. Who can take a Workday certification? Because when I searched in Google, it said, like, we have to work in a company. What company? It is partner company. If you're working for a customer or if you're working for a partner from both companies, you can go for certification. Like in my company, I'm using Workday. I can go for a Workday certification. You can go if your company is a customer company. And if you wanted to get certified in reporting area. Only for reporting, you'll not have certification. It comes with HCM reporting. It will be a combination of some HCM and reporting where you'll be called as reporting certified or HCM certified. When you say that you are HCM certified, it is also mean that you are reporting certified as well. We'll be having first level of certification, both partner company as well as customer company. In customer company, we call it as Pro HCM certified. If you're actually applying for Pro HCM certified, you'll be going with reporting as well as business process. All core HCM transactions that you will be performing core HCM business process and report. Combination of these three is called as Pro HCM certified skills, where you'll also go through with the reporting as well. Other than the resources that you are providing or a cloud foundation is providing in general, do you have any book or a link where you can prepare for the certification? Certification in terms of core HCM that covers business process and reportings. You can get from community. If you go to community deck or dump, will be called as. Not sure if Workday is providing that deck for, but they'll be giving you clear information. What are the areas that they are going to give you questions? What are the areas that they are going to question you? All those areas they'll be serving in community. If you are now aware of advanced reporting, you are aware of matrix reporting. In Pro Certification, HCM Pro Certification, they'll be covering advanced and matrix only. They'll not go into any other report. This is not a kind of core advanced reporting kind of certification. You'll be not get into more reporting options. The first level of certification that goes with this Pro HCM certified resource, where they'll be asking for basic reporting and basic business process transaction and core HCM. If you are actually hiring an employee, is staffing model mandatory? If it is mandatory, why you choose a staffing model? Kind of things you'll be asked. Core HCM transactions. And coming to reporting, whatever I was asking, right? With, can you create a matrix report without grouping? Or how many groupings max can have in your report? Such kind of questions you'll be getting in terms of basic reporting. And when you wanted to go with advanced reporting, more advanced questions of reporting will be asked. Calculated fields will be covered and your bar reporting also will be covered in advanced reporting. Thank you very much. And now let's see the option to actually have this report attached to any of the dashboard in Workday. How we can attach this report to the dashboard? Now The report is not shared to any of the group. But when you wanted to actually attach this to the dashboard, you must specify at report level who must access this report. When you go into dashboard, who should have access to this report to run it? That kind of information you need to specify. If you're giving to share authorized users, whoever have access to source level, they should be able to view that information. And if you're going with specific user and a specific security group, you can actually give administrator. They are giving a dashboard, they'll be able to only HR. Administrator should be able to access this report. Employer self, which will give every employee should be able to access this report. If you're giving employee a self, in that case, no need of giving HR, administrator, just to give you the security groups. What we are adding that dashboard level. The security groups also will be coming to picture. I'll just go with the 2. It should be. And when you wanted to have your report output to be populated in dashboard, 2 mandatory things that you need to know is worklet. What worklet you need to actually make your reports to enable as a worklet? Once you enable that as a worklet, the system will ask you where you wanted to populate this worklet. By default, it will be giving you home on my dashboard. Let's keep as it is. But if there are any kind of specific custom dashboard that you will be creating, if you wanted to, this report will be populated in that dashboard. You need to give that dashboard name here. But by default, home and my dashboard is known. It will be coming. And you can see how this will be populated in these 2 dashboards. Where is my dashboard here? Let's go to the dashboard. In dashboard, home is one of the dashboard, right? Go to the home. Add the worklet to the list of items that you see here. Show me the report that made it as. And there's a reason why you're getting error here. What is there already saying? You cannot add temporary report worklist to the dashboard kind of option that it is giving. When we have created a report, we have not selected any kind of temporary checkbox, but automatically that has got assigned and it is created as a temporary report. That's the kind of setup that they have made. If there is a case, properly we will not be able to attach this to this thing. But once you attach this report here, we will be seeing that report in view, my apps that I was seeing right. Well, all the I have seen you. There is no function where you can make it not temporary. It comes temporary by default on R. There is a kind of setup. Tenant owner has made that there will be no manual intervention to delete all the reports automatically. Those reports will get wiped off after a specific 7 days of default time is there. After that, by automatically those report will get wiped off, that there will be no manual. And this was, like normal tenant that we're working on. We would find the dashboard in that way you clicked on earlier. Right. If you add it here, you should be able to find that report. If you go to my apps, whatever dashboard that you will be specifying, you will be able to go to that particular dashboard. Since it have selected home dashboard, you should be seeing that in mind. This is home dashboard, whatever we are seeing. Whatever the landing page that you're seeing here, sorry, this is not the report. This is the report definition at the front page of Workday. This is a kind of home page that you call it as. And whatever the reports that you wanted to see. In a home dashboard, when you make the configuration of what as how I have made, you'll be seeing all this report information. You can see our nation headcount is one of the report that you're seeing. Similarly, whatever report I've created will be populated like this. Will it be a specific heading? Will it be a specific heading? You'll have an option to give the head count of the heading here. You'll have an option to give your heading. You have an option to give. Also, you have an option to actually make it as a required or not required. You have an option to give that information. And whatever security that you have given at report level, those will be populated. And here also you have an option to control your report. Let's say you have given to a bunch of security groups, and those security will be able to access report. But at dashboard level, if you wanted to restrict to only limited security groups, you can remove few security groups and make few security groups to actually view that information in dashboard. Such kind of option that you have at dashboard level. You have an option to restrict at dashboard level. Thank you. Any questions in Matrix? We'll be creating a few more reports with a few more examples with Matrix. But any questions here? I'm like, when you make the matrix report as a worklet, does that mean like I can use it in any dashboard? Like for example, creating a dashboard from scratch. Only thing is you need to specify when you make your report as a worklet. And if you wanted to populate that worklet in any specific dashboard, be it custom dashboard, that dashboard has to be there in Workday. You need to specify that dashboard here where your worklet has to be available, such kind of things. and it is specified before that you need to ensure, let's say, custom dashboard. If you've created any kind of specific dashboard, you wanted to populate all the reports that you're creating in that particular dashboard. You need to give that custom dashboard name here. These are all delivered dashboard. My home, my dashboard. These are all delivered things. But if you have option, you know that you've created any kind of specific custom dashboard and you wanted to populate that in this report. In the dashboard, you can specify the dashboard name. Thank you. When you go to maintain dashboard, you have an option to actually choose the list of delivered dashboard, or if you wanted to create a new dashboard. Custom dashboard, you can also create that one. You have an option to. These are all the options that are available. If you wanted to create your own dashboard, you can create custom dashboard. And whatever you'll be creating through this task, you need to give that dashboard here. I think since you are reporting analysis, you should be having access to create dashboard as well in your tenant. Just try what I was telling you. Right. You have control, without any kind of temporary report at all. Just try with it. Create any report and make it as a worklet enabled and choose any kind of dashboard. Deliver dashboard and see how it works. Then create one custom dashboard and give you a worklet under the dashboard. And you should be able to go to that dashboard. You should be getting the dashboard in this list, and if you click on Run, you should be able to see the report that you have attached to your custom dashboard. Just try that one and see if you have any questions about tomorrow's session. We'll go with one more matrix report with a different use case. And after that we can look for a trended report tomorrow, since matrix report and trended report are same. We'll be using the other example with the trended report that will be covering trended report as well. We'll try to cover the other report types also, that you must be familiar when to choose what report. Mostly advanced report and matrix report. And to the lower extent, you'll also use trended report also. Max, you'll be getting your requirements in these three areas. All the reporting and dashboard requirements you'll be getting in these three areas. And there is a concept called the scorecard, executive scorecards. All these are something analytic kind of requirements. When you have such kind of analytic requirements like build a scorecard, build a kind of any kind of KPI dashboards and all. Those are core analytic kind of requirements. When you get such kind of requirements, you'll be choosing composite report. We'll be trying to cover composite report also. But max to max, you'll be playing around with these three report types: advanced, matrix and trended. In rare cases, if there is any kind of typical analytic requirements that you'll be getting, you'll choose composite report, which is a mixture of multiple reports in composite report. Composite report can hold matrix report. Composite report can hold advanced report. We have multiple reports that will be attached in composite report. We'll try to cover that as well. And also there are small reports like trend transpose report, inbox report, search report. All those reports also we'll try to cover. Just try to create now a matrix report with country, rate, country or cost center. We've created rate by the same kind of report with supervisor organization, or by gender or age. you can choose any of the report criteria which actually gives you the account. Take any of the option and try to run a report and get your feedback in our tomorrow session. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.